Alright. Gamers, welcome back to Kitty Found a Camera. I am your host, Needleful. Admittedly, a weird thing that I've realized is I don't actually like being called Needleful. Like, in my brain, it's just like I don't deal with nicknames. So I don't know, call me Devin. Anyway, I made circus peanuts. There's like 200 bags of circus peanuts. I even made a whole system to import multi-meshes. So if we go down all the way to here, there's now a thing where I can add a little compose node. And that just turns all of these into one multi-mesh. But if we go to Blender, I will show you my beautiful how this thing works. Let's see. Because now there's a new thing called dash compose. And basically this means that all of these nodes, it'll detect when they're the same mesh, and it'll put that in a multi-mesh. And so that makes it super easy for me to put a billion quadrillion things, like here, for example. I could now do that with all of my cans. But what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to model, like, a bottle. Because I don't know why I put, like, 5 billion cans here. I guess it was just... as I said yesterday, it was, like, stress testing. Which doesn't make much sense. Oh, well. We need more funny things for the food. I can only do so many aisles of circus peanuts before it gets weird. But okay, I'm actually going to do... I'm going to go through the, what the gas station manager says, first of all. So let's do... close tabs to the right here. So yeah, these were my ideas. But I'm probably not going to do any of them because it feels funnier to just have an aisle that is just circus peanuts. Not any, like, fancy flavors of circus peanuts. They're only circus peanuts. Everyone's favorite candy. Genuinely one of my favorite candies. If you haven't had them before, they are banana-flavored marshmallows in the shape of peanuts, colored orange. And also, like, always stale. Like, they're stale out of the factory because they're, like, kind of tougher than normal marshmallows. They're weird candies. I love them. Anyway, we need to go to dialogue. Because we need to see the store manager. Because basically, he tells you every order that everybody gets. And I want to have all of those items in the store. Because if anything, I'm a slave to, like, the logistics of my own world. So yeah, we got the rental games. So what would he say about... So Mrs. Weston, she gets 24-ounce coffee and organic protein bars. Okay. So that means that we need a coffee machine and protein bars. So let's actually just... Actually, you know what? I'm just going to write these in a to-do list. So where's our food? That should be in visuals... Gas station, store stuff, food. Oh yeah, I had other ideas, like the Kid Kibble oat flavored things. So yeah, coffee, organic, protein bars. Reese's. So we need some sort of, like, legally... Oh wait. Take 5, fast break. So I need some way of making legally distinct, fair use Reese's brand things. Strawberry milk. We don't have everybody here, actually. Hang on, we need, gummy worms. Sports drink. Specifically, sour. Photo, Carly. Exit, photo. Big brother. Exit, Photo and sun. Who else do we need? Photo. Madam Blue. Photo Linda. Photo Dryman. Who else do we need? Low res lady? This is crucial to the success of the video game. Photo cube. Photo biker. Big rats. So I guess, I mean, the mama bear probably not a thing. Well, I guess we could do photo bear. Probably like that. Let's make sure that they have that as a tag here. Tags. Yep. So that means both bears will come up, probably. Let's go back to the world, though. Baby bear. How do you not have this? Okay. So, is there anyone else? Maybe I should just put them in... I was about to say alphabetical order, which would make sense, except for the fact that we also need to prioritize which photos we do, but... Actually, I guess that's not even done. But okay. Big Rat, Biker, Carly, Cube, Doctor, Dryman, Ghosts. We don't need the ghosts. I guess we could do photo... Ghost. And like, looks like your camera has a smudge or something. A crack in the lens or something. What's that? Glowing splotch is pretty weird. Looks like your camera got a crack in the lens or something. Okay. He doesn't believe in ghosts. Let's see. Let's see. So that was Ghost. Ghost Hunters is basically Linda and Herc, which is Big Brother. Actually, let's double check. Is that his ID? Big Brother. Okay. Where's his ID? Here. Okay, yeah. So his ID is Big Brother. And yeah, then there's M Sun, Big Rat, Biker, Carly, Cube, Dr. Dryman. Oh yeah, we already did those. Goddess. We have the goddess here. Linda, Laura's Lady, Sun, Madam Blue, Monster, Mr. Weston, Mrs. Weston, Old Man. Palm is not a character. Pets do not have preferences for food. In fact, well, there are some pets. Revenge Quest, Store Manager. I still need to make a quest system for taking photos of all the pets. I need to put that in here as well. So I'm going to put some sort of quest for the pets. And then also stickers. What I want I want a secondary collectible that's just stickers, and you can place them on walls and things. I had that in, oh yeah, we also should have a photo for the zombie. So yeah, our vital thing now, we need to figure out what everybody eats. Hmm. Let's say she used to come in every single day. Or no, she used to come in with her friend, that neighbor girl. I think she went off to college. Who... Did she go off to college? They'd always get... Probably... What would they get? Slices of pizza? Pizza slices? Yeah, that makes sense. Do we have pizza in here? We could have pizza in here. I have the power to do that. I could just put pizza here. So yeah. They'd always get slices of pizza. Yeah, let's just say that. Yeah, let's say that. Son. Yeah, let's just say that. Quite a powerful name. He'll come in with a mirror and get, I'm trying to figure out what is the lore behind the circus peanuts. Is it just they like somebody buys them inexplicably, some mysterious benefactor, or is it somebody specific? Like, because it could be cute if it was Amir's favorite. And so his dad has a whole shelf of circus peanuts. Just for his son. But I think it'd be funnier if it was some mysterious benefactor. In fact, I'm gonna say here a photo of the circus peanuts. Let's put that, I guess, down here. Don't tell anyone. Secret benefactor. And I think I should probably have... I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with the circus peanuts. Because right now they all have their own collision, but I think that's going to be too many collisions here. So what I might do instead, in fact, I will do it now, is I'm just going to control... Let's dash S body. We have replaced our bags. They will no longer have any sort of collision in the world. Okay, and instead what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a mesh here of like, this will be circus, peanuts, S-body. So yeah, instead of having all these circus peanuts have their own collision, let's just have him in here somewhere. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Actually, this should be an S-body collision only. I think I can do collision or convex collision only. And what I'm going to add here as well is some empties, because these are going to be for like extra points. Or like, let's call this like marker 1. Because basically, the way that my system works is it needs to draw a line from the camera to the center of the object and then collide with it. So I want to make sure that like it works pretty well. Or it's robust enough to handle all of our circus peanuts. Where the heck did I put the circus peanuts there? So yeah, I'll just put these at the two ends. And then center this. Okay. So yeah, there's going to be very little lore associated with these circus peanuts. Okay, but we do need them. ID. Circus peanuts. Ooh. My thing disappeared. Hang on. I think what I need to do is I need to strip the suffix off of my, hang on. Why does click not work? Did the mouse stop working? No, but I can still middle mouse click. Oh, no, I see. That's why. Okay, so we got our circus peanuts here. I'm going to say, as you might imagine, world object. Actually, what's the bounding box on this thing? Let's say that. That's good enough. So now this bounding box should be larger, because there's going to be 4 extra points instead. Because basically, this bounding box just takes the origins of its internal object, so it's basically going to be like that. And so, actually, we need big object. Okay, ID. Circus peanuts. There we go. And then what we need for the bag is, why did this not... Oh, why did the name change? Okay, but what we need here is just basically circus peanuts. Boom. And then for this, we need metal double-sided. And hopefully... No, this should be... I think it was just because I renamed the object. Okay. Oh wait, these are too low. Yeah, they should not be, like, outside of the area. But okay, hopefully this collision shape looks good. Yeah, that looks fine. The concave or convex colliders tend to, like, fail pretty badly at, like, more complicated shapes. Well, actually, even, like, really simple shapes, because it's doing an approximation, even if it's, like, 5 polygons. But okay, now... Who would ever eat this many circus peanuts? But okay. I must ask about the circus peanuts. Don't tell anyone, but I have a secret benefactor who always buys the circus peanuts. Who is the secret benefactor? Alright, that seems fine. So, what do we want here? I guess we got the ice cream and we got soda. Usually to try a new float combination. There's a rocky road and purple slurple float. So a grape soda with rocky road ice cream. Hang on. I'm gonna lower the volume. Well, yeah, that's about fine. But okay. Madame Blue, what does she get? I think she sees me as a competitor. Since she was trying to start a... convert her patio into a gas station. But even she can't resist. Semi-fresh donuts. What does Linda buy, though? Black licorice. I've never met a person I've never met someone under 75 who eats so much black licorice. I don't even think she likes it. I think... She just wants to be... Say that. I don't know why she eats it. She doesn't even like it. She grimaces with every piece, and then pretends if I'm not... Let's see. Also, the lyrics are scrambling my brain, so I'm gonna skip. Okay, Dryman, what does he get? I've seen him getting gas, but I don't think he's ever stopped in for a drink. He probably should. Looks thirsty. Okay, and then let's do, actually, this should be dry. Is that... hang on. Dryman. Is Dryman dry by default? This is an important question. Okay, yes, he is. Wait, no, he's actually dry standing. And then we have moist standing. I guess he finally found... Guess he doesn't need a drink now. What does the doctor come in for? Yeah, this man. Alright. Low-res lady. I think she's new in town. Did the cube do anything here? I don't think the cube ordered anything. I know. He did pump gas. So he was getting gas earlier today. And bought a bag of gumballs. Okay. So we have a few things. Beer bottles. Pizza. Did I put pizza on here? Pastries, energy drinks, black licorice, Rocky Road ice cream. Do I have the strawberry milk on here? I do, good. Okay, the biker. Hmm. Spinning donuts around the pumps. Indifferent. A dinosaur died. Yeah, let's say that. I think what I need is... well... some sort of alien? Not after the incident, where he didn't pay. Alright. Be careful about bears around here. Okay. What's that? Well, what would you say about the zombie? Who buys the circus peanuts? Is it actually someone in town, or am I just riffing? I'll figure it out soon. Now it's like a quest. Now it's a vitally important thing for the player to discover who eats the circus peanuts. Will they get something out of it? Maybe a sticker. But okay. So now we have a few things that I can make. So I guess let's just go through each of these. Okay. So we need a few flavors of ice cream. That looks good. Project. Let's do... This is going to be ice cream. UV. We should also rename all of these. Are these? Yeah, these are... Why are these also called soda can? Oh, I bet you it's because I selected them and renamed them. But okay, this is going to be... I guess just replace those as well. Yeah. Admittedly, annoying that it renamed... Ah, well, whatever. I'm going to rename one of these to be the first can. Because basically, once I do the multi-mesh system, the way that it works is... Hang on, we need cooler shelves. Shelf interior. Okay, so this soda can is the first soda can. So if I rename it to that, then I can make this a multi-mesh. Yeah, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn each of these into one of my multi-mesh composers. So that way, each shelf will have, like, well, I don't know. I don't know how exactly I want to do it. But basically, I'm going to use multi-meshes to make it so that there's, like, just a handful of multi-meshes to render. Rather than, like, 1,700 cans. But okay, ice cream UV. What does an ice cream tub look like? I think their Rocky Road ice cream should have real rocks in it. Okay. Oh, wait. Rocky Road. Now with real rocks. Actually, wait, I should have, first of all, I need this to be aliased. And I need to, oh wait, hang on. I also need the layers. Wait, this is always in the wrong page. But basically, we need this, so that way I can get properly anti-aliased text. And then what I can do is now I actually need this. There we go. So now I can get properly pixelated text. Do I want Calibri or whatever I have here? I think I want this. And I'll assume that I'm legally allowed to do this. Because if not, there goes my whole day. But okay, text. So I think about there would be good, because we'll have this as like the lip of the container. And then we'd have like, now with real rocks. And you can tell that it's, whatever it is. Man, this needs to be, can I make this smaller without it feeling horrible? Not quite. That's almost good enough. It's weird. It like, is it, I think it must be keeping track of what its size was originally, because if we bring it up, Well, you can see it from afar. But okay, and Rocky Road is kind of a brown ice cream because it's chocolate. Okay. UV. Oh, wait. I've learned my lesson. Environment, decor, 11.7, food, ice cream. Okay. So I want to normal blend. Wait, normal 1. There we go. So now, hopefully that still is readable from a distance. Yeah, let's just put like some text underneath this. Or like some oh, I see. Now with real rocks. Okay, and then we need some sort of brand logo that I'm going to put up here. Because it's going to be common for, like, because I'm going to do, like, 3 flavors of ice cream, I think. Why is my... hang on. Is my tablet working? Okay, it took it a few tries to, like, remember that I was here. But okay, what do I want for a logo? I think... oh, wait, hang on.
I got an idea. Feel free to make a better version of this.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so this is our mascot for our ice cream. Little cat. There we go. There we go. That's our cool cat. And also, let's get this color. Because I'm going to use that for our layer style. Like that. There we go. And then I'll do the same treatment here. There we go. Okay. Get everything else together. Oh, wait. Yeah, I really need to make a script to do this. Actually, how would I do that? Tool, scripts? Yeah, I'll figure that out soon. But okay, lower the saturation, raise the brightness, and then last but not least, there we go. So now we got a bit of grit on our texture. And also, does this tile? I've never actually paid attention to whether or not this tiles. Not really. So it wouldn't be great for like a seamless texture. But we're not making seamless textures. Okay, what I need now is... we need chocolate and rocks. So is this a color that is beholden to ice cream? Okay, so we'd have like marshmallows in here. What the heck does Rocky Road have in it? As I suspected, nuts and chocolate. Oh, yeah, nuts, chocolate, marshmallow. I do really like Rocky Road ice cream. But okay, and then we need some, like, nuts, I'm thinking. How do I convey nuts? What is the color of nuts? Sort of a darker tan color. Kind of more like that color. Yeah, that feels about right. And then I could, like, mix in some other, like, things in here. Here's our UV. Yeah, okay. So this is basically the whole way. And also I'm going to add some extra details here. There we go. This is ice cream. That's close enough. Detail. What the heck is this one? Okay. You know, I want to get actual, like, hang on. We need this to be properly sized so that it's not completely unreadable, like the joke of it. Okay. So basically we need it to be like half the size, so we need like size 4. Maybe 5. Okay. 6 is the smallest we can get, where it's still perfectly legible. And that's... well, okay, yeah, I can just put that... I can make this work. Put that there. Merge that into here. Why is there no layer style anymore? There we go. Then we can delete that. Then we can go back to this. See, now with real rocks. Oh wait, hang on. Yeah, ink Korea. That's basically what we want. So yeah, then we have some dark gray, like, rocks in here. Yeah. Say about that with, like, this. Hang on. Okay. The samples go on, or like the vocal, like dialogue samples in the music go on for just long enough that I'm tempted to like skip them. But then the music starts. There we go. We got things. Oh yeah, I was supposed to put a like lid on this. Hang on. I also want to make the logo a bit more respectable. Is that readable from a distance? Kind of. I kind of want to move this whole thing here. Just down a little bit more. So that way I can have just a little bit of extra, like, surface here. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Alright, we need that in here, because we're going to do the same thing right here. Actually, I just realized I have no idea how tall that's going to be relative to that thing. Basically, because this is the back side of this label. This is not the full label. Because what I want for this side is just basically like, just get like a label like that. Then we'd also have like more text, I'm guessing. There we go. Spooky cat. Oh wait, no. This needs to be detailed, because it's basically going to be like the nutrition facts. There we go. Actually, we don't need that, but we do need this here, basically, is like that. There we go. And then we get this. Okay. PNG ice cream 1. Oh, wait, no, JPEG, actually. There we are. What am I looking for? I'm looking for this. Okay. Ice cream 1. There we are. Okay. So we need some more, let's see, environment decor. We need to rotate these a bit more so that way the player can actually see all of it. Because the label is so wide. I didn't even think about that, but okay. cream 1. Yeah, because I want these to be at least a little bit more like... Okay. Now with real rocks. See, that's ice cream. That's what ice cream is supposed to look like. And I'm also realizing I see my everything here needed to be... So all of this needs to be flipped. Okay. Alright, hopefully that is still... Oh, wait. It's not. I needed to get this here. Like that. There we are. Oh, wait. We want ice cream 1. Yeah, because we don't need ice cream. Okay, so now they kind of fit. You can see that the seam isn't perfect because these are not like the same size. But okay. Now we got Cream Cat's Rocky Road, now with real rocks. Okay, what other flavors of ice cream do we want? We want... I think sriracha ice cream would be good. Because I had a sriracha sundae once, and it was disgusting. Because they had like a fried shallots in the ice cream. And it didn't work at all. The sriracha sauce like split apart. It was terrible. It was so much worse than you could imagine. But okay. Hide that. Get UVs. So now we don't need this. But we will keep the coffee or cream cat logo in the same place. I'm just going to do a red color. Oh, wait. What I need to actually do is that. There we go. In fact, I'm even going to do a deeper red. And then for this color here, I'm fine with that. Okay. Let's see, what is the correct size here? 12? Sriracha. Is that how to spell sriracha? I think that is. Yeah. I know what I'm talking about. And this time I'll have a bit more sense with the layout of this here. Let's do... Why does it destroy the... Hang on. What? There we go. Okay. I don't get why that didn't work the first time, but oh well. So now we got sriracha. Extra spicy. Yeah, let's say that. I mean, sriracha's not really... Is sriracha known for being especially spicy? Oh, wait, hang on. There we go. Okay, that's good. So now we need basically vanilla ice cream. Cream. Oh, wait, hang on. Okay, so we're going to do some lovely vanilla ice cream, and we're just going to destroy it with streaks of sriracha and, like, onion, as I was talking about, as I was sharing my trauma. My ice cream-based trauma of eating sriracha ice cream. We don't need this. Boom. Oh yeah, we need a background color, though. Yeah, let's get some swirls of sriracha. Oh wait, wrong thing. We need the ice cream, we don't need the noise. I know what I need. Detail. Same treatment here where I have that like that. There we go. So now I can actually read the text, extra spicy. And then we need, yeah, our deep fried onions. I mean, it looks kind of good, honestly. Okay. We also need probably like what does chili crisp look like? Okay. That's fine. Let's also get to... So here, if we... What is the scaling on this stuff? Because, like, this all almost worked. So this is, like, our lid. I'll do, like, say, like, that color. Yeah, that seems good. And then we'll do the same thing here, where it's just, like... There. And then I want the back labels, because these can be basically all the same. There we go. Then the last thing to do, slightly change the hue, add our noise. No, that's not our noise. This is our noise. Okay, ice cream 2. I should be a graphic designer. I'm rocking this. Who knew sriracha ice cream could look so good? But yeah, the only flavors they got are sriracha and Rocky Road. We need some other flavors. How does banana flavored ice cream smell to you? Yeah, because now I can fill a whole shelf with these, because we need 2 of them anyway, so that you can actually read them. Yeah, admittedly, I think that's my big failing as a graphic designer at the moment, is the fact that I don't know how to proportion the label such that you can actually read it at a glance. There's a lot of details here that are kind of just for me. Like, I put all that work into the backs of these things, and nobody's ever going to see them. Ah, well. Let's make some more. In fact, I might just be lazy and make it just these 2 flavors. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. More Rocky Road with real rocks. And more sriracha. You need to see the work that I put into my textures. That was like 20 minutes of work.
So let your back settle into the floor. The nice thing about lying down is your back is in contact with the floor. And
Okay.
draws your attention there. Mostly we wouldn't know we had a back body.
So that gives us ice cream. Which was surely on... It was on... Oh, yeah. It was the last thing that I had. Black licorice. So that means that we need more of these. Let's do... Okay, there we go. Now I can see material previews. Let's hide that. Alright, so I think I need... I guess old people candy will be in this aisle. It's just that on one side it's only, whatever these are. Oh wait, hang on. That wasn't quite what I wanted. Meeting point. Okay. So there's our bags. And so for this one, I guess what I can do... Oh wait, did I not duplicate the... Hang on, I didn't duplicate the things. In my, like, confusion, I forgot to actually, like, have copies of these things. Okay, let's make sure these are lined up properly. Okay, they look good. That looks fine. Okay. And that means that these will now be in a separate composer. I guess what I do instead is, do I want? Let's just say other candy. Basically, because these are all going to be put into one multi-mesh, we need to have these not put into one multi-mesh. Actually, is a multi-mesh with 3 objects cheaper? I think it is. Let's just say licorice compose. There we are. And I guess, you know what? While I'm here, all of our little things here can also be put into a separate, they'll be attached to this one instead. Trying to figure out which of these shelves is, like, going off to the center. Oh, I see. It's this window. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, but we're basically going to need a thing like this for each of these bags, because, yeah. Do I want a different thing for each of these? I think what I'll do is each row will be its own unique thing. Also, hang on. I need to, median point here. Oh, wait, no. Individual origins. Basically, what I'm doing is, I'm going to randomize the positions of these ever so slightly. So yeah, these 3. I'll just remove these for now. Okay. This is our licorice. We'll remove a couple of these just to make it feel a bit more organic. Because it's not meant to feel like as insanely stocked as that. Okay, and then we randomize transform. So you can see now. Wait. Oh, I see. It can only go positive or negative? It can't do both? Wait, are these actually randomized? These don't feel very randomized. Randomize that a little bit. Randomize this more. Yeah, that seems fine. Okay. So now you can see what I'm going for. I wonder if I can... Nah, well, whatever. The licorice composer's over here. So yeah, Linda buys licorice because it's scary. Because it looks spooky. And also you can see, admittedly, I don't really need these nodes at all here, these markers, anymore. The only reason I have them is because I have the children... Actually, I'm going to do something about those. Basically, if we do replace marker 3D new, what I'm going to do instead is if m.has or child count greater than 0, we're going to do that. Else m.get parent, remove child m, return null. Oh, nice. Congratulations. Oh, Blender just... Did Blender die? Wait, what just happened? Oh, Godot died. I forgot what I was working on. But congrats on the 30 stream streak. But okay. And in celebration, Godot crashed. What do you get? Who knows? You get that. You get to look at the new emotes. Okay, so what did we not have here? So default importer should now have a child count. Okay. If m.get child count m oh wait, no. Else. Yeah. Admittedly, some of them are like completely impossible to parse at emote scale. Like, what does Jackie look like? I like Bob. For those of you on YouTube, you're missing out. We have cool new emotes. Look at that one. That's a subscriber only emote. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna do m.get parent, remove child m. Okay, so now Godot should hopefully not crash. Will it crash again? It might. Hang on. I like that Godot... Oh wait, okay, good. Okay, so now basically, if there's no child to a mesh, it should be fine. So let's go to mesh. No, what am I looking for? Building. That's what I need. So now if we re-import this, there should be no nodes at all for these. And that'll save me a little bit of compute or whatever. Yeah, okay. And it just makes it look a little less visually noisy here. So now you can just click this and it's like, look at that. It has 2 multi-meshes. Okay, so let's get our licorice in here. We need project... what am I looking for? Environment, decor, 11.7 food, circus peanuts. And I'm actually now going to export this. So this is our Peanuts 1. That's what I need. So let's have a background color of like gray. Or no, blue. Oh, I know, dark blue for spooky evil licorice. Oh, I'm gonna need to rotate this because I want that. Spooky licorice. Hmm. I guess that's okay. Basically, let's filter... I'm gonna make this a little bit more opaque. Merge that down. Filter... We need color balance? No. Oh, no, it is color adjustment, though. There we are. Alpha channel is what I need. Basically... Spooky licorice. Okay. Alright. 2. Then we do like a green, maybe? That feels okay. We also need to clean up this text a little bit more. Oh, what? Huh? Okay. What? Oh, I see. UV and noise. The things I do for video games. Cleaning up mangled anti-aliased text. For a bag of black licorice because a character canonically eats it because she likes the girl on the box. Or because she thinks she looks cool, I guess. Because yeah, I've been thinking about the character Linda in the game. I think her personality can be summarized as she wants to be Wednesday Addams. So she wants to be all spooky and cool. But she's kind of just too annoying to be Wednesday Addams. Okay. Oh wait, that's a K, not a Y. There we go. Spooky licorice. So now we need something here. I'm thinking another layer outline. No, I don't want that. I want, maybe gray. Maybe blue. We want a spooky color. I don't know what I want. We need the candy, first of all. Let's make this slightly green, so it's like they're lit all green like that. Ooh, spooky. And then are these going to be stuffed licorice? I don't think so. But okay, and then I want this to have the same layer style. There we go. And we should have a detail. Oh wait. Actually, this will just be like very light green, like down here. This is where the candy info is. All right, let's try it in here first. Delete this. Okay. Turn off this layer style, first of all. Yeah. Let's do just like a dark blue. This is very similar to Cookie Cat. Or, no, not Cookie Cat. Coffee... What did I say it was? Cream Cat? That's the cat mascot that I made? Let's do, like, a nose like this. Okay. Okay. Did my music stop? What happened? Admittedly, I might be copyright claimed by that Japanese soft rock or indie rock. So I'll skip it anyway. We need little fangs here, which I'll do like this. And then we'll just change the color of these. In fact, I have the power to do that now. Okay. So what does she wear as a dress? We need a cool... maybe like this. Okay, that feels good. There we are. Then she has little robes. Okay, cool. There we are. So now we have a spooky mascot for our spooky thing. And Linda buys, whatever these are, licorice, because she thinks she'll be cool and spooky if she eats licorice too. Okay. So we want... what color do we want? Dark blue, I'd say. I guess darker than... no, lighter than this color, I guess. I'm not sure exactly what I want here. Yeah, let's use this color instead. Okay. And then we'll do like a splash of... actually, we'll do a splash of spooky green in here. And then a spooky blue for her face. Well, not that light. Yeah, because we need the fangs to stick out pretty well. Okay, that feels better. Okay, there we are. Okay. That is now our spooky licorice with the candy. And then how did the bag look for the circus peanuts? Okay. Basically, this is the top. Okay, let's do that. We'll just have like almost white, almost black. Like that. There we go. Huh? What's happening here? Oh, I see. Wait, no, I don't see. Wait, I do see. There we go. Okay. There we go. As soon as I move this down there. Okay. Okay, that feels good. So this is now licorice. Okay, so this one. Metal. There. And then, rename, or duplicate. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. I somehow didn't notice that I should, Oh, wait. Okay. Perfect, okay. So now, what are the other candies that I'd want here? Also, I'm thinking, some of these should not be as, like, sloped as they are. Like, these two are fine as... Well... Yeah, these two are fine as they are. The randomizer randomized them too much. Yeah. The randomizer really only paid for itself with these circus peanuts, since otherwise they were all going to be, like, identically placed, or I'd have to, like, hand rotate all, like, 200 plus of them. Wait, hang on. I see here that our food hooks... Thankfully, it's not too hard to just go back in and, like, reattach the metal material. But yeah. Unfortunately, it just gets the first node, which is kind of random, and it uses that as the name of the multi-mesh, so it can change pretty frequently. Do we want more with this bag? That's fine, whatever. We got spooky licorice. What are some other advanced lore bits that we can have in here? Okay. Spicy beef jerky. Or let's say beef jerky. But okay. So we want pastries. We want other things. Wait, didn't I set these to be the same as, like, here? You know, let's swap those around. Yeah, I set this. Maybe I, like, reorganized something. Hi. Good afternoon. Welcome to the streams. I'm making, things. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out... Okay, let's just go up the list. Actually, I should get my tea first. So I'll be back in a few seconds. Alright, back now. Let's see. Is there a name less mouthful? You can just call me Devin. I was actually mentioning it early on stream that I actually don't care for being called by Needleful. Like, it's good for branding purposes, but it's also not terribly, well, I just don't like having a nickname, I guess. I'm not sure why. But okay, we got licorice. What's our other things? Go up the list. We don't really need the beef jerky now. Let's go... Which of these aren't important? I should actually properly organize these. Okay. Coffee. It's literally a word that I picked randomly from the dictionary. Yep, it means it's a measurement of thread. Hang on, I'm going to lower the volume on this side a little bit. There we go. Yeah, so basically... Yeah, because the joke, it was way back when Pokemon Black and White came out. I was like, once they run out of colors, they're going to start using random words from the dictionary. And so I got out my dictionary. My big, like, 10,000 page dictionary, and I got 2 random words. And they were Pokemon Needleful and Pokemon Shrike Thrush. And a Shrike Thrush is a type of bird. But okay, so we need a coffee machine. Where's our coffee machine? Pokemon Sigs and Vape would be a good one. So yeah, we need a coffee machine for the convenience store. Oh, I like these little coffee makers. Yeah, this feels about right. Okay, so let's put one of those somewhere. I think we already have a freezer now, so we don't need that anymore. I'm going to move this, or I'm going to keep this in the center here. Black tea, usually. Admittedly, it's kind of just the cheapest tea that I can get. Let's see, is 1 meter good for a, the height of a table? I guess it is. This table is 1 meter high. I'll slightly lower that. Okay, so this is now coffee table. See. So we would have a little cut here, a little cut here. Basically like that. And then we'd have this. Actually, let's have it like that. There we go. That resembles a coffee maker. Yeah, I think people do often put a lot more rehearsal into their video voices. I used to do that, but with the weekly videos, I make them literally in like a few hours at the end of the day before they're going live, so I just make them with a much more casual voice. I wonder if it's also because I'm already kind of doing a voice for streams. Because I have to enunciate a lot more. Alright, let's see. Mark that as a... Oh wait, no. Mark that as a seam. But alright. I guess mark there. And we don't even need the bottom of this thing. So, the weekly videos, I think they've kind of pushed me to, I guess I've been trying to deliberately make it so that I don't feel pressure to have something ready for them, I'd say. Because, yeah, it used to be my devlogs would take, like, months to make, because I wanted to have, like, a theme for it. But now, if I don't have anything particularly interesting to show, I'll just talk about some unrelated topic. Like, you know, it might be, like, some other, like, game design-related thing, or things like that. See, I think this should be... Let's mark all of these as seams, and then let's unwrap this. Okay, that feels a bit better. Except for the fact that we also don't really need this to do anything interesting. But yeah, my old devlogs were so slow that it was like, they would always be like 3 months behind, so I decided to, that's why I went with the weekly format. So I think the main thing we want is coffee here and this one. Let's see, so what is the top of this thing? Okay. So this means this should be here? Okay, yeah. Okay, let's try to make this work. Let's disconnect that. Okay. Nope. Alright, so how do we get all of this crammed into here? I think what I do is scale that all down a little bit. I think that'll work. And also, we should put similar things closer to each other. So, like, all of these little bits, they'll just be crammed together like this. Perfect. Yeah, the weekly videos have been actually quite a boon, continuing to think about them. Because they've really forced me to get a lot better at editing efficiently, so I have to do things like, when I write a script, I'll then create a shot list of, like, footage that I need, get all the footage in one go, or as, like, few, like, trips as possible. And then, like, really really focus on, like, actually getting all of the editing done in as efficiently as possible. Because it used to be that, like, 1 minute of footage would take me, like, 3 hours to make, and now it's down to, like, probably a minute an hour. So several times, or a few times faster. Okay, there we go. So this will be our beautiful coffee maker. In fact, export this. Mm-hmm, yeah. Let's call this coffee machine S-body. Also, this thing needs to be in the interior, doesn't it? Yeah, this thing. Be there. Now I just need a schedule for, like, game stuff. To optimize that workflow. But okay, go back to, up to here. Coffee machine should be somewhere in here. So the shift to weekly videos. Game dev throughput. Let's see, I think it improved it versus the old, devlogs, because they would be, like, months long. Because, yeah, I think now I'm more willing to just do whatever I need to do for the current week, rather than worry about, like, how it would create an interesting video in the long run. Okay, do I want... I guess I'll do brown. Let's do... Admittedly, it's kind of silly. Oh, wait, no, I forgot. Delete that. We need to resize this. Okay. Project, environment. It takes me a bit each time to remember where I need to put all this stuff. Okay, coffee machine. Okay. Actually, I'm not even going to bother with the thing there. Let's just get a pixel art brush. Oh, wait, no, this is UV. Oh, thanks. Yeah, that was one of the weekly videos where I didn't have much of a theme. But yeah, I'd been thinking about that for a while, of like, how do you actually tell someone to start small in a way that they want to listen to? Because I personally didn't really like, well, as a young developer, I basically didn't listen to any of the advice. And kind of threw the baby out with the bathwater, since there is benefit to making smaller games. But you have to be, like... I guess you just have to have a good idea of what that actually means, and how to make something that you care about still. Let's do... there. Okay. I'm kind of just making a font now. Oh, thank you. I'm glad somebody's archiving the things I do. Or at least some of them. Which F is the better F? I think this one is better. Actually, I think what I should do... there. Yeah. Yeah, I think... I forget how to... Mrs. is. Yeah, Mrs. is also, like, someone who I quite like in terms of, like, making small games. that are really cool. Yeah, he has such a good focus on, like, here's an interesting thing, here's what I could make with it. Here's who I could collaborate with on this. So I'd definitely like to get more... I'd like to have more of that. Kitty Horror Show is another developer that I quite like for that regard. Yeah, it's very easy to get into the mindset of, like, the only good thing that you can make is, like, something massive. Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've really tried to do that with this game, though admittedly, I have such a bad habit of, not getting to the point. I love distractions. I love, technical problems and things like that. Yeah, they make pretty good horror games. Very short, very to the point, as I would say, I guess. Wait, why is this not? Oh, there we go. Wait. Hang on, I need... Okay, there we go. I don't know what was happening there. We need my classic. There we go. Okay, and then we need, probably some black containers. So we'd have, like, coffee containers. Oh, wait. This isn't really how a coffee machine looks. Or like the machine, or the thing that holds the coffee beans. But oh well. I'm also excited for my next weekly video. It's going to be one of the more ambitious ones. It's one that's not actually game dev related, or at least not related to what I'm actively working on. Yeah, because I've been trying to do... I've also used it kind of as an opportunity to, like, just make the videos that I've wanted to make for a while, but just never had the time or felt like I had the space to give it proper justice. And now it's like, I'll just cram it into a weekly video in a few hours. Okay, I need one of these two. I think something in here is made of metal. Okay, so this is... Okay, so all three of those should be silver. The game for a game jam that was received well, putting more time into it. That makes sense. That's a good design. Or a good philosophy. Yeah. To really think about, like... Because it's not enough for something to be good, it should also, like, add into whatever you're working on currently, or, like, help build on it. Because otherwise you can get games that are too chaotic, which admittedly can be a merit in its own way of, like, making something weird for the sake of it being weird, or, like, big for the sake of being big, but that's also not really a thing that indie games will typically succeed at. I should be able to press shift, and then I do that. The shift button is supposed to be adding more here, and it's not adding more. I don't get it. Oh, wait, I do get it. I was holding Alt the first time. Yeah, that's a good thing as well with working with teams. Being able to say no in a way that doesn't make anyone angry. Of just being like... Because you can say, like, that's a good idea, but... It'd be better in a different game, basically. Because that's even something that I kind of say to myself, of like, that would be a cool idea, but it'd be better off in like a sequel to this game. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Oh, I've swapped these. Okay, so that, not there. Oh wait, whoops. Okay, so is there anything else that I need for this? I should make, Oh, I know what I need. Okay, is this the top of this? Hey, that works out. Okay, so these are all in the right place. My computer always thinks I'm holding Alt, and it's starting to drive me crazy. Because it doesn't even seem to be a keyboard issue. It seems to be like a Windows keyboard driver issue. Oh. Okay. And now what I want is, I want coffee beans. No longer need this. So yeah, we need, I think, some brighter colors and some darker colors. Let's just make a whole bunch of, You know, let's just color the whole thing brown first. And then we can go in with different shades. Greg Guevara. I feel like I've heard the name, but I can't remember if I've seen specific videos from him. Yeah, I should look into him then. Let's see, and hopefully... Well, the player will probably be able to figure out that this is meant to be coffee beans, even though I don't have a particularly amazing... Or this isn't particularly amazing things. That makes sense. Yeah, I should check those out at some point. think most of the top here would be light. As you might imagine, the top is getting the most light. Mm-hmm. Oh wait, this doesn't even multiply. There we go. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I guess I'm looking at a fancy one. Yeah, because it does seem like... Yeah, I guess... Okay, yeah. Yeah, it seems like there must be some that have just grounds, some that have whole beans. And I'm assuming in all the ads they're going to use the ones that have the whole beans rather than the ones that have the pre-ground coffee in like a Keurig cup. Let's see how this looks. Basically good enough. I would put maybe a grate here. So I think maybe a little bit of that, like that. Okay. Oh, right, I didn't put, there's a color, or there's a band of color that I want here to represent the legs. Do I care that much? Maybe I do. Yeah, let's figure out at least where the back of this thing is. Okay, so that there, this here. Let's also do this. Okay, so this one's flipped this way. Oh, thanks, yeah. Yeah, I try to stream alternatively in the afternoons and in the mornings where I am, so that way hopefully different people can see different days. At least that's what I say when I miss my 9:30 a.m. because I woke up at 1:30 in the afternoon. Oh yeah, I think this one I'm going to make all metal. You know, as if it's the back end of it. And then for this little bit here, I kind of want to do... Let's do like a yellow color here. Almost there. It's... Yeah, the Alt button is just held at all times. It'll just hold it at all times, even when I'm not pressing it. Huh? Wasn't that the one that I was missing? What am I looking... Okay, so that's supposed to be there. So this one that I very specifically checked if this was the top or this was the bottom and found that this was the bottom. It's actually this way, and I was just dumb. Oh wait. Noise, not UV. In fact, put UV at the top. Well, thank you. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. Okay, there we go. And I'm gonna call that... good enough on a coffee machine. We need other things. We need, like, coffee cups and napkins, too. So how do we do coffee cups? I think it would be something like this. And then you'd have a cylinder. Oh, wait, hang on. Yeah, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. I think what I'll do, attach that to that, attach that to this. Oh wait, why did I make this a separate mesh? Basically what I want is the ability to, there we go. So if you've been to a coffee, or if you've been to like a convenience store before, you've probably seen something like this, where you pull the cups off the thing. And let's move this one so that they're not perfectly even. Okay, that feels good. And then what I do, mark sharp, mark seam as well. Okay. Wait, I gotta remember, the player's short. So they'll typically be looking at things from below. So we should put the seams there. Actually, what if we put the seams... Actually, I have a better idea. First, unwrap just this one, and then we go in and we add all the other stuff. Okay. There we go. Actually, let's do, make this a rectangle. Okay, and then we do smooth. Shade smooth. Okay. We're in business. So I will actually add a seam. No, not a seam there. I'll add a sharp there. And you know what? Maybe a seam too. I don't care. But that way, now I can do this. We got coffee. We got napkins. Napkins will be right there. We'll get 2 napkin containers. A whopping 2 napkin containers. And I'm thinking, oh, I was already 1 step ahead of myself, I'm pretty sure. By not... Oh, wait, no, I wasn't. Okay. Now I was a step ahead of myself. Okay, so what is this one? Make that one bigger. Actually, we can make this one the biggest by far. Okay. See, now we're getting into cool. This is cool stuff. Do I want a kinematic or a... Yeah, that's fine. Oh, there we go. Okay. The music is very quiet. Oh, that's probably because I turned my volume down. Yeah, put it about there. Then we got some low ambience. Okay. Yeah, let's get this. As you might imagine, there's so many textures. I'm in the texture mines for the rest of my life. For the foreseeable future, I'm gonna be here. Okay, but for this, let's go back to the coffee machine. Let's just get, you know what? What if we just copy this layer? And then we paste the layer. What am I looking for? How do I not remember what I'm looking for after every single attempt? Okay. Krita, this is going to be coffee cups. And then I don't really need anything fancy here. I'm just going to add a cup. And it'll just be kind of, I guess, this color. Yeah, that's fine. And then what I could do is I could have like a little swoop around here of like you know, like we get one of these colors. Oh wait, no. This is the surface of the coffee cup. Yeah, so we'll do that. Because basically what I'll do otherwise is... probably something like this. So basically, like, have a bunch of coffee cups right here. What is... oh, I see, okay. 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 This... let's move this, like, here. There we go. Okay, so let's see how this looks if I go into PNG, or coffee cups like that. Okay, that's good enough. I don't think I like this line here. So I'm just going to delete this. Or I'm going to do, that. And then maybe add a little line that goes down like this way, like that. Oh wait, wrong button. I'm getting oaken-elmed. There we go. That's the one I need. Okay, that feels about right for coffee cups, because you can see how they work. You get the things, then you get your coffee. Beautiful, wonderful. Let's do the napkin holder as well. And that, I think, is going to be green. We need to get some of our graphic design back in here. But I'll assume, you know, maybe the coffee holder was, oh wait, no. We should put this in here as... Oh wait, no, we can't do JPEG, so I don't need that. Okay. Hmm. Okay. All right. Get our random noise here. Get that. What was I gonna do? Presumably this. Then multiply. Okay. Oh wait, this isn't even saved correctly. It needs to be a credo. Okay. So this is where the napkins are. Let's look up a napkin holder. Because I want a commercial napkin holder. Or a spring-loaded napkin holder. More like this. Okay. So we would do like, say, actually this color. Then I'm thinking like this. Actually, it feels better if I round these out. And lower this opacity. So I think I want extra noise in here. Because basically napkins, as you might imagine, have extra texture. Okay, and then adjust this, lower its saturation a little bit. Okay. My best texture yet. There. Beautiful. I probably should have started with the largest props, such as the counters as well. I mean, I guess I can just do them now. Yeah, it's funny. I've completely changed, like, the resolution scale of so many different things. Like, the fact that all of these have 128 by 128 textures, but then the ground is, like, 32 by 32. Oh, well. There's worse things in the world than being massively stylistically inconsistent. What I think I'm going to have is 3 textures. So this is going to be our countertop. Right, hang on. Why is building... What is building vend? Okay, and then I want another 32 by 32. And that one's going to be similar to this one. But we're going to have probably some sort of, like, wood-like texture. Or, I know, filter. Random noise. What if we did oil paint? Oh, wait. Ah, well. Yeah, that's fine. Do I want anything else for this? Do I care enough? Or am I just going to say counter side? Actually, this should be counter JPEG. Because basically, I'm thinking we do a triplanar local coordinates. And we can change the X, Y, and Z of each of those. So we can have, like, oh wait, no, floor and ceiling, and then counter side. Once I get that. Oh wait, no. There we go. So now we get the side here. Boom. And admittedly, the fact that it's a... You know what? This one does need to be a PNG. Because yeah, these are 4 kilobytes each. Okay. So basically, counter. Environment, decor, 11.7. There. So yeah, our main thing will be, for each of these, we'll have to, like, offset this slightly. For example, here I want that to be there. Oop, don't need that. This is what I need. There we go. And actually that means that now this, ironically, in a horrible twist of fate, needs to have probably like at least a little bit of black around the underside here. Let's see if how these map like geometrically. Okay, so that's the top. Okay, so all of these seem to be actually okay, so that's the top except for this one, which I'll just like oh wait. So now this should as well be... Yeah, okay, so now they all have this lower bound here. And the reason I need that is because now I can't see the boundary between our napkins and our thing. So what I'm going to do... just put a little bit of gray or something here. Or like a dark brown. And that was supposed to do what it didn't do. How did that not work? So, is one of these... I think it's just because I haven't re-imported. Yes, okay. And that feels like it's going to be good enough. And yeah, eventually I could do more with the counters, but I don't care that much. Okay, make this one unique because we need our offset again. Right there. Boom. Let's see how this place is looking. Once it's in the game. Still barren store shelves. Oh. Oh, this doesn't have collision. Hang on. Hopefully that doesn't break too much stuff in here. I don't think it should. I am really happy with how this is turning out. Though, admittedly, it is sort of questionable priorities. We're going to need some anisotropic filtering on. I think by default our materials should... Let's go to try planar shader ink. I think... Yeah, I just need... Like, is the performance overhead ever significant enough that it's gonna, like, blow up the computer? To have anisotropic filtering on all of our triplanar things? Because, yeah, you can see here, the texture gets very blurry at the edge. And what I want is for it to not do that. And actually, is that what anisotropic filtering is going to do here? I guess let's test. A little bit, I think. Yeah, I think it kind of helps. But there's only so much you can do. But okay, so now we have cool lore. Linda stole her look from the spooky licorice at the local store. Somebody's buying circus peanuts. What else did I do today? Did I do anything else? The coffee machine? Well, I still have a couple more hours before I'm... Well, I don't know. Let's walk around a little bit. I'm tired of doing textures. I want to spend a few minutes just enjoying the time. Because, yeah, the gas station, I think I want at least one environment done for the trailer. Just one, like, that's totally, completely finished. And I think it might as well be the gas station. Because I've already put a bunch of time into it. And then having the exteriors done. Because the exteriors are basically good enough for the final game. You know, I can always imagine things better. Like, these chairs are not amazing looking. But that's okay. Yeah, something I'll need to figure out is... how do I want to do the textures on the car? Because some of the textures should repeat. But like, some of them should be mirrored, but others shouldn't be. Like, the side of the car needs a unique texture then. Also, something that I'm thinking about as an interesting, like, optimization would be, getting every material in the game that has, like, the same shader, and, like all of these standard shaders, for example, and, like, merging them into one Atlas texture with UV offsets in each material would be interesting. But I wonder if that's just, like, completely unnecessary. I mean, it's almost certainly unnecessary, but... ah, well. Okay, as a break from texturing, what I'll do now is... well, first off, let's investigate these errors. Or, I know, PowerShell first. Oh, null points in... oh, extra points. So hang on, let's go back to circus peanuts. So, our circus peanuts here... I disagree, Godot. Thank you for being wrong. Did I move these, maybe? But okay, that was the major issue there. Yep. So that fixes that. Ugh. So many textures. But okay, I forgot to do it yesterday. I'm gonna finally go to the player and make the camera collide with things. And I'm thinking I might do what I've done in the past, which is to have two colliders, basically. So let's say our player is here. Oh. Is here. And so our camera should, like, you know, be restricted by a wall. So it should cast from something like this to there. That's the initial conception. However, we would also want to avoid situations where if the player's here, so let's say they're here and there's something very, like a very, very thin wall, we actually want the camera to still be on this side and to do this. So basically we want two different colliders, I think. We want one going this way. And so this would like cast to there, basically. Nah, let's say that's fine. So that casts to the wall. This casts to the wall as well. And so we determine that the wall is simply too close to the player for the camera to be comfortable, so we push away. Unless there's a few instances where we wouldn't do this. One is, for example, if there's a triplanar. It's like, let's say there's terrain here. This knows no, this would do that. So basically we would have to do some hypothetical point goes to here. This goes to here. Camera is here. Basically, this is like the boundaries of the game world, like, well, this is not the right place. The ground, for example. The ground has no collisions on the underside, and so when you look up at something, and actually, we should probably then make sure, for example, that roads like this don't exist. Though I think the real answer is we also need, like, a special layer that things should be part of. But okay, let's have this, I know. Scale this up. Scale these up. Huh? What did I just grab? Not that. This. There we are. And also, this should be the same material as whatever this is. Hang on. There we go. Yeah, we'll just have a special group. So do not collide, or do not let's just say action 1. Or like block camera. Unless wall too close. Double unless wall is a boundary. No back face or in a special group or in the boundary group. Let's say that. Okay. And so that means when we go to the player, I think it's going to be basically from the player body. Oh, I need to figure out. I'll just do it from the camera rig. Basically, what I really want is I want to cast to the player's position plus some sort of offset. We go to the rig. No, we can do that, actually. Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to have the camera rig. This should have export var camera radius equals 0.1 or something like that. Because basically this needs to be the near plane of the camera. Or slightly larger than it. So that way the player can't clip through boundaries, or clip through walls. Near is 0.1, so let's do 0.14. Hi. Welcome to the stream. I'm figuring out how to make a camera cast all nice. So that way it gets blocked by walls and doesn't clip into things. And this should actually be on a camera layer. So basically, by default, things will not clip the or by default, things will not block the camera from moving around them. So I'm going to have a physics layer for this. I guess. Oh, we already have it. Oh, wait, no. That's camera photos. This is going to be camera blocker. So yeah, I'll have to go through all of the environments and make all of the big things block the camera, and everything else can just clip through it. I don't care. And then when we do our looking... Do we do it here, actually? Where do we change the position of the camera? Okay, so between our position here... Okay, now we need to change this position to a target position. Okay, so we need a new property called target position. Vector 3. And here, we're going to change this to self-target position. We have zooming out and all that stuff. Where else do we set our position? Here again. And for now, what we're going to do is we're going to do camera position equals target position. Just to make sure I haven't broken anything yet. Yeah, I feel like there was some place where, like, the rig itself was moving from one place to another. I see that something already went wrong. Let's go back to the player. Is it camera position? Oh. We have rig camera global position here. Oh, wait, no. Okay, so this is the actual, like... Okay, so that's just reading the position of the camera to get, like, how our rig is moving. That's fine. Oh, wait. And here's where we actually do that global position. Yeah, where we move the camera. And it's weird that we do that here rather than doing that inside the camera's stuff. Because, yeah, like, why do we have the ease curve on this rather than on the rig? Hmm. Okay, so that's fine. Transform. Okay. So why is the camera not in the correct position now? Because we should be moving the camera to the correct position. Let's double check to see what's actually happening here. Okay, so our camera is at 0. Oh, and that's because we haven't actually set it to anything yet. Okay, hang on. Target position should equal this by default. So yeah, when we are like function ready. Actually, we don't even need that to be in ready. We can have that as like a default thing. Yeah. Also, I think constant should be before export variable. No. Well, yeah. I can't tell. Who knows? That feels better. Okay, so that means, though, that now our camera should be at the default correct position. Oh, right, and I remember now why the camera follow behavior is not part of the camera rig. It's because there's actually a mode where you're, or when you're in first person, it doesn't do that, and there's a part where you're in first person more, or exclusively. So I didn't want to figure out the logic of that. But okay, the gas station is coming along. Still need a lot more sodas. A lot more snacks as well. We have like, we're still only like 10% of the way done with this place. Ah, well. Alright, but now we know that look is what we're looking for. And we move the camera rig from one position to another. So we set all this here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to, I guess, do our... we're going to remove that from here, and we're going to have a global target position. Vector 3, get, return, this would be pitch, dot, no, cam, pitch, dot, global position, times, target position. Or no, global transform. So basically, we take our target position and just apply our pitch and yaw to it. And that's where we want the camera to be. And that means we actually... We actually need the camera to not be a child of... No, I think it'd be fine here. I think this will make sure that the rotation is correct. What we're going to do now is... var cast equals physics shape query parameters 3D new. And I guess actually we want to do look first. So yeah, we're going to have the apply or like block the camera. Oh. Okay. Get world get tree dot get world 3D. I'm trying to get the world 3D here. Oh, I know. Direct space state. That's what I want. ds dot cast motion ds. Oh, wait, no, cast. Okay, so ds dot from equals... Oh, wait, no. Hang on, what the heck does this thing have? Exclude margin shape transform. I want to cast a... How do we cast a shape motion? Physics shape query parameters. Checks how far a shape 3D can move without colliding. All the parameters for the query, including the shape of the motion, are supplied here. Where do we... Oh, okay. Motion is this. And then... Okay, I see. So cast.transform equals body global transform. Cast.shape equals... let's go to the rig. Say camera cast shape. And that will be probably here. We'll just have a sphere shape and it'll be 0.15. And that way we don't create that every single time. We'll just do rig dot camera cast shape dot motion equals... Actually, let's do... Nah, that's fine. Rig dot global target position, and then cast dot collision mask equals whatever I said is our collision mask. Hang on. It was what, layer 13? Yeah, 4096. Okay, so how does this cast... What does this cast motion return to us? It returns some sort of nonsense. Returns an array with the safe and unsafe proportions of the motion. The safe proportion is the maximum fraction of the motion. So is it... How long is it? Is it just 2? I think what it is we can return... So like var s equal or let's say var safe motion equals this. And that means that the rig camera global position is equal to body global transform or global position plus cast motion times safe motion. So this is the first phase of our thing, which is getting the wall. And right now, nothing... So if we go in now, nothing will happen. We'll still clip through walls because the cast hasn't been set. So this will be a good sanity check to make sure that it works. Or that I haven't done anything crucially wrong. And like really messed up the camera. Okay. Good start there. So that means that, let's do, basis. And then player global position. No, body. Okay. So we won't have any... I wonder if the motion will, like, apply, you know, be transformed before the whatever, the basis. But okay, try this again. So right now, this motion should be, like, nothing. Alright, what's the safe motion, actually? So safe motion is 1. So that means that we should have body position plus cast up motion times safe motion. What's our motion here? So that's target... let's go to the cast. Go to our motion. And our transform is... Oh wait, our transform's here. So this seems like the correct position. 28, yeah. That seems like a sensible position. This motion, however, isn't right. Because I think what's happening is we're moving toward cam pitch global transform times target position. Our target position is this. Seems like it's correct. So it might be that the camera hasn't moved to the correct position. Yeah, but we can see that, I think it's somehow offsetting my position with the position of the cast. Oh, because this needs to be, we actually can do position. Hang on, I just realized. Equals, wait, no. We can't do that. Okay, I know the issue, though. This cast motion is from our global target position. So this actually needs to be not that. We just need to do the cast motion as, like, the body of the thing here. Wait, actually, we can do basis here. This gets us a direction from the cam... Wait. Yeah. Wait, no? I know what I want. Okay. I get it now. We do this minus body global position. Because this is a position, it's not a motion. This is the actual position in world coordinates, not a direction. Okay. Good thing I did that sanity check before I, like, wrote more code. Okay, there we are. So now the camera's back to normal. Nothing remarkable happening yet. Now, what we can do is we can start going to these things. So, basically everything that has... so glass doesn't need this. The windows don't really need this. The walls do. And I think this ground does. So what are these? Okay, yeah. These are what I want. And I think walls exterior should be somewhere in here. And there we are. So this should be everything that the player collides with. And then we can go to, like, this. Let's go to the world as well. And let's just get the main terrain here. There we are. So basically all of these roads will have a similar thing. Where's our body for this one? There we are. Yeah, almost every static body 3D will have that soon. So this thing here... 13, and the roof. Actually, the pillars don't need this collision. Okay, let's see how well this works. So now you can see that when we get up to here, what it should do now is... Oh wait, we should also have it on the on these little things. Hang on. Building. And I guess the counters as well. Let's go to just the counter. Oh, the food stand is its own thing. That's nice. That makes my life easier. I'll let the player peek the camera through the doors, so that way they can see my hard textures. Or my hard work on the texture. Excuse me, I had to burp. Okay. Actually, yeah, that's fine. Okay. Okay. So now, we come back into here. We can see that now the camera clips, or the camera is like pushed by all of this stuff. And I think what I might want to do is have a limit on how far the camera can move in any given frame. And that might occasionally lead to things or issues of I'll think about that soon. That'll be the next step after making the basic behavior work. Because, yeah, now we got this. We don't clip into things. And then our next step should be to make it so that you don't have this instant, or this happen. And yeah, as you can see, some things are explicitly set to not collide with the camera. Like these. And that does mean that you can clip the camera through them, but that's fine by me. I don't mind that at all. Well, I guess what I could do... I'm divided. I would still like it to be that you don't have this situation, because this is exactly what I was trying to avoid, basically. But okay, let's save that as, like, basic, basic camera collision. And then... what's all of our differences here? Probably random stuff? Oh, I see. That all needs to be part of this. Because I was actually setting that stuff up. Okay, now we need our special unless. And I'm going to add a group here. So, for example, the ground here is a full-on blocker. Or no, boundary. And so this is a... the camera can never... go past this. So what I'm going to do is target position. Let's just have a target position vector 3. And actually, oh wait, but I need the, oh dang it. This cast motion doesn't tell me what I collided with, which is really a big issue. So does a collide shape do this? So intersect shape, cast motion. Oh no. So the intersected shapes are returned in an array containing that shape, that number of intersections can limited with max result. This does not take into account the motion. Okay, yeah. Okay, well, how do I take into account the motion? How do I figure out what we're colliding with? Godot shape cast, oh no. Cast motion get colliding object. Because I think what I might need is a shape cast instead of a manual query. And that means that what I would need is the rig would not have this. Instead, we would have the player have the rig always work. God. This is going to be horrible. Okay, cast motion is not being shown. That's really important because I want to specifically figure out if cast motion is here. Transform that. Does this just not give me the thing that I need to get? What I might need to do is just cast a ray instead of casting a shape, and that's fine with me. Yeah, okay, I'll just cast a ray instead. Okay, so we're gonna need physics ray collision. And that means that from... Oh, is it still cast.transform now? No, it's from and to. It's nonsense. Oh, I know why it has to... It needs the transform because we need the full transform of the object. Okay, that makes sense. I forgive you, Godot. And that means cast.to is equal to the actual target position now. This is equal to that. And then that means var ray equals ds.intersect ray cast if ray else here we can actually just equal rig.global target position, and then we'll actually have this be target position. And this is going to be cast motion. So this is actually going to be ray.position. The problem is this gets me just a random thing. Okay. And then what we need is if the collider has a collision, we actually need to do cast or like var. We actually need to go the opposite direction of from equals cast.to equals body global position. If, and actually this is only true if cast dot, wait, hang on. Let's ignore that for now, because we now need to double check that this still works. Because this means that it won't be as good, because it'll be like, it'll be able to clip into things from the corner. But I can't be bothered to figure out how to make my own, like, shape cast thing. So it'd only be probably very narrow angles like this. Yeah, you can see here, it queries into that, or like goes into that. So what we can do is actually add a little bit of length to it by doing, Our cast 2 is going to be target normalized offset equals target dot or target position plus body dot target position, or no, minus target position. As this, No. Offset should be, basically what I want to happen is when we cast, we go a little, so like this is where the camera wants to be, and then this is where the camera will actually check for physics. And so we should always subtract this offset from our target position. And this offset is the target minus the player normalized times a distance. And actually we'll do that. So target position minus body global position plus or dot normalized times 0.1 or something like that. Actually times 0.2, let's say. So basically it'll always go an extra 0.2 meters, and what we'll do is offset. And that means target equals this minus offset. And let's see if this works. Because yeah, it's very, I mean, this is okay. Or this will help reduce the clipping there. But yeah, I might just need to have a shape cast and then a ray cast that also checks for, well, that feels okay. Yeah, there's a bit of issue where, like, at a narrow angle, for example, here, you can see through the wall. But in the general case, good enough. Because, yeah, you can see here, you have to really be deliberately, like, kind of deliberately, well, I don't know. That's a lot of clipping, you know? I wish Godot just, like, exposed the functions that I needed. Because, like, why would you have a physics query? Why does the physics query return so little information? Like, when it clearly would have that information. I'll say this is good enough for now. No, it's not. It's not. Hang on. Git diff. What did we change, actually? Wait, what did we change? Why are there so many things that are changed? Oh, I see. Okay, because boundary is there. Okay, I'm going to add environment, add project. Okay. So new boundary group. And then I'm going to git stash the rest of this, because we don't need that crap. Because we're going to do this. And now what we're going to do is if the motion, so if safe motion is less than 1, then we're going to do a var rcast equals array query parameters 3d.new rcast dot, so we're going to need, so we still need this. And then a target position here. And we actually need that to be here. And we'll do that here, actually. So body global position plus cast blah. And then we do array cast to find if we're hitting a boundary object. So our cast dot collision mask equals 4096. Oh wait, no. Our cast 2 equals target, or actually body global position cast from equals target position. Then we update the target position. And then what we can actually do is... Well, I'm fine with this. Okay, so if we... So now we're actually going... Oh, we need to do 2 ray casts. We need to do one from the same direction as before to make sure that this is a boundary, because there are no backface collisions. And then if that is not a boundary, we need to check the backface and see if the camera is too close to something. Well, actually, we only need to check that if this distance is less than some predefined. Let's do that, actually. So let's do if safe motion is less than 0.1. We'll start doing our casts here. So we go from to, we do var ray equals, or collision equals ds.cast motion, no, intersect ray, our cast. So this should be the correct things, yeah, because we're going from the target, or from the player to the target with this collision mask. We do this. If collision and dot target position, oh no, and collision dot collider is in group boundary. Actually, let's say if collision and this. Now, what do we need to do here? Let's say this, new target. Okay. So if the collision is not a boundary, but we're less than 0.1, what I'm going to do for now is, let's just do target position equals, or no, new target equals target position. So basically what this should do is, if we're too close to the camera, it'll pop us back away. And I'll just see if this works. Didn't really work. But why not? Let's see what this stuff is. So safe motion 0.0625. Okay, so we should be casting. Okay, so we got a collision. So if collision and let's make sure that we got a collider here. Collider, okay. So it seems like, so if we have a collider and it's not in the group boundary, we set this. So why would this not be set? Am I doing something wrong? Because not all of these should be in boundary. Okay, there we go. So now you can see what it actually is meant to be doing, kind of. Where if we're way too close to the object, or if we're way too close to the player, it does that. And I think it should be more like 0.2. And eventually there'll be like a smooth like rotation into here. But yeah. That does mean that now there is the potential of like really janking the camera if you like are next to a wall but just slightly too close or slightly far enough like this. So I basically want some sort of overlapping conditions there. But okay, that's kind of what I want. The big question is, why is this set as a boundary? Because the building's exterior walls shouldn't be. Like, no, that's just not correct. This is what was supposed to be. Yeah, this has the boundary condition. There we go. So yeah, now. Oh, but that means that you can actually cheat your way past a wall by doing this, unless... And there is the jank of like that. I think it might be more acceptable jank to have the camera always collide with things rather than having this system here. What if I just make it so the camera's always some distance away from the player? Unless they're colliding. What if I make it... I know. Instead of doing what I did there. New position equals target position plus... or like, let's say times 0.2. So basically, instead of doing where I... Oh, I see. We would do, body.global position plus, cast.motion times 0.2. And we'd have this be like a camera min distance. And I'll put this up here with like this. And so now it's not going to push the camera all the way back out. Instead, what it's going to do is it's going to push the camera into the wall a little bit and have some acceptable level of like clipping. Because that does seem to be what's happening in general here. And then my other thing was, so we actually have, this would take care of both of those conditions I have, except for, I did also want to check for the cast in the opposite direction, but, you know, I don't care. I think this looks fine, honestly. In fact, what I might do is not even, because now the clipping is basically unnoticeable, except for like, you know, like, because it's so narrow. You can see here, it's like, well, I can kind of see outside. I guess if we go up to something like this. Okay, oh wait, yeah, that's not even set to be colliding yet. Take your time, kiddo. Okay, grab not that, grab this. So this is a boundary, and it is a what have you. Interesting that the cast is breaking now. Like here, it does... So at this angle, specifically, I think what I need to do is I need to do a cast... So here needs to actually do plus cast.motion times 0.5 or something. So basically just go 50% further. I think that fixed it. Basically, the cast was not going quite far enough. No, that didn't fix it. What's the malfunction here? Why is this working so bad? And I think now what we could actually do is we could have the camera itself do this curve. So whenever we did this stuff here, what I'm actually going to do is this is just going to be rig global position equals body global position. Because what I'm going to have is this. So yeah, we look around first of all. And then... Oh, wait, no. We move the rig to where I want it to be. Then we block the camera. And then what we do is difference is now going to be the rig camera and our target position here. So I'm going to have this applied to our camera directly. And, what is this? So, that can be there. There we go. So let's see how this feels, because now this will also change how the camera feels when it rotates. And it might be a bit too much. Doesn't feel weird. And you can see here now the camera smoothly pulls in a little bit. And then it pulls out and then... Okay, that doesn't feel weird. Okay, I think it's because the rotation actually doesn't... Because the camera is being rotated by its transform, it's already in the correct position, except for the fact that it's not, you know, the clipping. So this only applies to the clipping and the actual, like, movement. Well, no. I think I do need the camera to now be completely separated from the rotation. I can't tell. I don't know what I want. Because, yeah, I think what happened now is now the player is just like... Okay. So I'm going to say... I like the easing here, though, is the main issue. No, I think I know what to do. We can kind of do this, but instead I'm just going to have... Okay, put this back how it was. Let's do var cdiff equals target position minus rig camera global position. And then we'll do var int perp equals ease cdiff length times. Let's do just that, camera ease curve. And then we're going to do, this is going to equal lerp, or no, rig camera global position, lerp, with target position, via our weight, which will be interp. Okay. This should get us like 90% of that behavior, Or basically all of the behavior that I actually liked about that, while not destroying the behavior of the camera rig. Because, yeah, I still want the camera rig to smoothly follow the player. And I'm realizing that I was trying to basically simplify it so that only the camera moved smoothly, and, like, our target was, like, yeah. So now we still have that behavior, but now also the player still has a little bit of, like, movement on the screen when they, like, go, like, left versus right. They actually physically move on the screen. Because the camera's lagging behind a little bit. And now we have, like, this smoothly pulls in, which does mean there's a little bit of clipping, but that's okay. And I think... yeah, I think I don't care. I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to have the safe motion equal... I'm just going to do target position equals this times max of safe motion camera min distance. Remove all of that raycast. Remove the concept of boundaries. We're just going to have it so that... well, I still might want that, though. Because I guess I can see how much does the camera clip when we go, like, right up next to a wall. Like, how much can I get it to clip? I can get it about that much. Nah, that's not quite good. Yeah, no, we do need this. Yeah, we need this. And actually, that means that if camera motion is this... okay, so we do need this by default. Okay, and that prevents clipping entirely. It just means that it's slightly sillier looking when you go right up next to the boundaries of the world. But for things that aren't boundaries, like this, where clipping, like a little bit of clipping is acceptable if it's really hard to avoid it, it'll do that. Okay. And that's good enough for me. And then trees will just not, like most things, will not actually clip the camera. Yeah, most things will not even collide with the camera. Okay, I think that's good. Let's call that the behavior that I want. So let's say pretty good behavior for camera. And yeah, I will put a few more, let's put a few more things in here, probably. Well, I can go through kind of one at a time. No, like, do we want... I'll make this clip. Why not? And a lot of things are actually going to be moved to their own separate scenes pretty soon, so I won't even bother with those. Like all the buildings, for example, they're going to be... I'm going to give them the same treatment that I gave to this building, where it's just in isolation, so I don't have to edit it and reload the entire game world every single time. I guess I can play around with the camera a little bit more just to make sure that it works how I want it to work. Alright, I want this thing to collide. Hang on. Okay. So yeah, I like that, because this is close enough that it's funny, but not close enough that it's like completely disorienting. Oh, I know what I should do. My last action of the day will be to detect what type of controller I'm using, because the prompts are still wrong for PlayStation. And hang on, I'm gonna stand up, I guess. Okay, so where is... So it should be, I think, in visual stuff. Or maybe bugs. Somewhere where the camera... I guess that's just search. Camera UI, allow camera movement when using mouse. Add a delay to resuming camera. No, these are not the things I need. I thought I made that. Oh well. Okay. So my last action. Detect the controller type. So yeah, whenever we set using gamepad, so we actually need... See if this... I guess, do I want to detect the type of a controller? How do I do that? Let's just go Godot detect controller name. So yeah, like an input event joypad motion. Okay, so that just has the axis in that. But that should inherit from here. Okay. Universal input, vibration, differences, echo. So can we get the name of a controller? So input get joy name. Okay. So yeah, let's do that. So we could do, print debug input get joy name. Can we do event.device? Okay, there we go. Oh wait, no. If using gamepad. Okay. So this should now work. Okay, PS4 controller. Alright, fair enough. Alright, but I need to use the bathroom, so I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright, alright, alright. I hear my music is closed. Okay. So we can match for gamepad controllers. So I'm gonna do I think I might want to change how I do gamepad prompt types. Yeah, I think I know what I want to do. Keyboard. So I'm going to do keyboard, generic gamepad. So basically, I'm going to change how I do my... Actually, I'll do this. Prompt mode. Let's say auto will be here. Yeah, okay. That's what I want. So it'll be kind of the same as we have before. And we don't have... Oh yeah, I guess I'll have that. So what I'm going to do is prompt mode auto. Okay. Oh wait, we need the real prompt mode now. So we need like a var real prompt equals prompt mode. And this is actually going to be now get return real prompt greater than keyboard. So basically anything above this, these are all of our possible gamepad types. Okay, and that means that what we have here is if prompt mode equals prompt mode auto, else we're going to do OGG equals or like new real prompt. Okay. If OGG is not equal to real prompt equals OGG. Oh wait, no, this is new prompts. Okay, and here we do new prompt equals prompt mode. And this will no longer be here, so instead what we'll do is real prompt equals keyboard. Okay. And now we don't even do, we can actually just have, let's just call this prompts. Wait, no, I still want this, but I'm going to change this. Okay. So, match prompts. Again, actually, we don't even need this, because we can just do this. And do, keyboard. There we are. Yeah, it's starting to simplify everything. Because, yeah, we don't need a separate boolean to detect whether we're using the keyboard or these. In any case, we're going to need... Oh, wait. Whoops. I haven't done too much exciting. I've simplified my prompts to... Instead of having a boolean and a gamepad type, we just have one prompt mode, which is we auto-detect, or it's a keyboard, or it's one of these prompts. And so that means the player can set their prompts to any one of those types automatically. And we will auto-detect. And that means we should also have... let's go to our controls. This should now be prompt mode. And that will change that. And I'll keep that as an independent thing so it doesn't depend on NP input. Okay, and so now we need to actually detect when we're using a gamepad here. So this will be prompts equals detect joypad type for gamepad type event device. Okay. Int. So we will have a var name equals device, and this will also get a prompt mode. So if, or like var dname equals input dot get joy name device. And so if dname contains Xbox. Oh wait, no, and we should also do dot to lower. If it contains Xbox, return, obviously, Xbox. If dname contains PS, or let's say if begins with PS. Station else return generic gamepad. Okay, let's see if this works. So yeah, now we can detect the type of a gamepad. Oh. Generic gamepad? Or, I know, prompt mode. And that means now we don't have this because we're actually going to have if in... Oh, wait, no, we have that because that's a property there. Okay. Okay. So now, if we... Oh, wait. I'm not seeing any of my prompts at all, actually. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, right. So we don't need this anymore. So prompts equals new prompts. If new prompts not equal prompt, new prompts equals that. Prompt mode, prompt... Oh, wait, no. This should all be new prompts. Okay, and that means detect gamepad type should probably not call this every frame, maybe? Because we can just have, like, a device map. And what that's going to be is var known devices dictionary of int to prompt mode. And it's basically going to be if device in known devices return known devices device. And that means we need var type because we're going to do type equals this, and then device known known devices device equals type return. So now we don't call this every single frame, we only call it once. And I think that should hopefully, let's make sure that that'll actually work. Okay. Oh. Godot crashed. Godot just crashed. Okay. Too much for it. Oh, I also have a Steam controller I should try. I guess I'd do generic stuff. And also, let's go to my input manager, and let's remove the generic, or let's remove my gamepad thing. So let's go back to input management. Because now we can remove my custom placed, or yeah, custom generic paths. See, I also want my dang Steam controller. Well, no, my Steam controller doesn't even work with this game unless I run the game through Steam, which is a nightmare during testing. Okay, so I'm going to detect the gamepad type by doing that. And so we got our device 0. And so this is our name, PS4 controller. Okay. And that means, so out of bounds index 0 on base dictionary. That's an issue. Wait, what? Input manager prompt mode. Oh, right, this is prompts. Okay, hang on. So now it should be correct there. So yeah, prompt is different from prompt mode. Okay, and now I can do that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my Xbox controller. I'll do that real fast. This won't do much visually yet, so we'll have to go into the code and do this. So let's... Oh. Great. And then... Okay. Actually, what I can do is I can just have, like, print debug. Or no, print new controller. %D, %S, and this will be device and prompt mode keys type. Okay. And that means that I don't even need this. Alright. Back once again. Okay, close that. The debugger in Godot is just really screwed up, I think. Whatever it's using to communicate, it seems to, like, blow up the computer every once in a while. And that's probably why At the Ends of Eras has so many more OBS crashes. Like, every single time I open up the debugger, it feels like eventually it crashes something. But okay, so we don't actually need this. I just want to see it work by switching from Xbox to PlayStation. And I do suspect there might be the issue of the device being the same device. But okay, so we got that. And then, so that did switch to generic prompts though, which is good. Yeah, that's what I suspected. New controller 0, generic gamepad. Let's also have, let's have the name. Godot, please. Just work. Come on. Does it have to always be this way? Everything freezing up. Okay, so I think what I should do is I should actually just get the name of... So, I think what I'm going to do is... If dname... In known devices, we do that. And that's going to be... known devices will be now a dictionary of string to prompt name. And then that means dname here. Because, yeah, it seems like when I plug in a USB device, or like swap controller, it doesn't know what to do. And hopefully that doesn't cause... Oh my god. My screen went... Both of my monitors went black. Okay, so I think Godot's getting cranky with me. Oh, wow. Yeah, it really does not know how to handle plugging and unplugging USB devices. It's like freezing. Oh, OBS is broken. Hang on. Yeah, OBS is busted. What is happening there? Is it just the preview? Hang on. Oh, it's just the... It's the OBS preview, I guess. Okay, that's alarming. Okay, so I think it's... I don't think we're long for this world. But okay, so we got that. Then I pull this out. The game freezes for a little bit when you swap controllers, but that's out of my control and I don't care. Okay, good. Actually, we could do this. So if we unplug now... We should see... There we go. We see the change happen in real time. Okay. That's encouraging. So that means we can now detect controller types. My next steps will be to make more controller prompts, because we need like more stylish generic prompts for everything. And they'll all be in the same style. I actually even have a game, like a Switch GameCube controller style. I can try using that. Let's see what Steam looks like as well. Because this Steam controller feels horrendous by default. Because it's like a D-pad, basically, but with, like, touch controls. Well, I guess it's not that bad, actually. It's just... It doesn't... Yeah, it just doesn't feel very good. Okay. Okay, so I'll need to bring all my gamepads into here. But yeah, so our... I don't care about these, like, 11,000 errors. We don't need those. Okay. X input. That's what we... If dname contains X input, we do prompt name Xbox. Because, okay. That feels fair enough. Are these 11,000... What the... Close everything. Just... It's nonsense. Wait, first of all, this shouldn't even be, like... If engine... Okay, hang on. Hang on. Set process. Or I know. If engine.isEditor hint process input. So we'll set this. Okay, I think that's what I need. Okay, so it's because there's 11 billion errors. But I think that means that now I can detect environment. Whatever. Environment slash world.tscn 1 million numbers. Okay. So M simplified, or detect, controller type. So match new input preferences. And actually, I need to push this. Okay. We don't need a billion autosaves. Oh, I see. It's because Krita closed. Stuff. Okay. Godot's about to have my head, and I've done all I want to do today, so I'm going to call that the end of the quest, or the end of the stream. The end of the quest. What am I even talking about? But okay. I will be back on Sunday. Today's Friday, right? I have to double check. I don't know what day it is. Yeah, it's Friday. I was right. I'm not that out of touch. But okay. See you Sunday with more At the Ends of Era streaming. Take care.